Hello, YouTube peoples, we're back. Back for feedback after, I think it's 5 weeks. Been in Europe, been in Washington State. Time for another feedback stream. We're gonna look at some figures, gonna give some advice, and hopefully, some people will get excited. Lucas, thanks for the gifted tier 1. Man, you guys... Alright, there's some duplicates. Did you guys delete the old versions before you posted the new ones? That would be nice. So I don't look at the old version, but I think they did. What a good group. You guys are smart. I know I had the best. Some of you did. Alright, dang it. Come on. Here we go with the Discord being weird again. Can't download images while it's plugged into the computer. That would be too smart, you know? So what do we got? What do we got? Who do we have first up? We have Tuzonka. Karim, depending, we might do another early one, or we might like switch back and forth. It depends just how busy it gets. So it could be either or. Could be every other week. It might be every week, with it like alternating between morning and afternoon. I have not decided yet. I'm gonna play it by ear. So let's look at Sonzuka's Owl. This is my first academic bust where I have decided to focus on different surfaces. I would appreciate any feedback on the NMM. Everybody wants NMM feedback. This was a big challenge for me, and material is still a sketch, but I would like to know if it's going in the right direction, what I could do to make it more interesting. Cool. And then we have one from Mystic Gnome. All right. We'll download and then read their message. And then Mike sent his work in again, looking good. And then Simon sent in another orc, a quite different orc. And then we have Austin sending in his, what I believe is a Storm Warden, who also wants feedback on the NMM. Hello, Fenric. Hello, Lucas. How are you? Hope you're doing well. All right, so the owl. Oh, hold on. Be right back. Have to go grab my Apple Pencil. Be right back. Just ignore the shirt. No, that's not what I want. I want this, and then I want this screen there. No, I'm in Washington time. Is what it really is. So, we've got Mr. Owl here. Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? So, pretty good. I know they wanted to see some feedback on an NMM specifically, but let's touch on a couple other little things first. I like where the kind of plaid is going. The plaid's pretty cool. The owl face is okay. I think the eyes look a little dead. We could work on that a little bit. Similar to the what's it called? And then the NMM is going okay. So let's start with a bit of the NMMs, right? So what I would recommend to you is try and create a little bit of a larger. So one, is this really like the main view? Because if this is the main view, it's awfully low angle, and this is going to mess with some of your reflections, right? So I would try and create some like larger reflection areas. Oh, I'm in the wrong pen. Hold on, let's see. Recent flat brush. So I would try and create a little bit of a larger area. Tends to make it a little more interesting. You wouldn't have quite this very intense kind of shadow coming up the middle here, right? So typically I like to kind of pick one side when you have a breastplate like this that has like a light down the center. I like to kind of choose one side of it to be just like overall a little brighter than the other side. I find that tends to help. And then on the shoulder, right, all of this sort of faces towards the light, so I would bring the reflection forward some. Pretty much always want to be pushing that light more forward when you're working on non-metallic, okay? And yeah, this is really, like, this is super dependent on the viewing angle, so I can only say that, like, I'm going off of the angle that you've provided me. But I would like to see a bit more light. Hello, Johan Royen. Thank you. Welcome in. Now, the next would be, so the steel, right, I don't feel like has a whole lot to mess with. We can maybe push the white like even a little more. Just try and really, like, I don't know if you've gone all the way up to white, but we can push it just a little bit further in order to really create some like hot spots. Then the feathers, right? So this is rough. There's too much of this like horizontal lines here like this, okay? Based on this angle, I would guess that some of these would catch light, right? Also treating them a little more simple. So you have sort of a thing that's going like in this direction, right? You have a bit of like it's kind of like a cone shape, right? So you're going to have these sort of reflection patterns like this. Right now it's still sort of facing upwards, so I would try and grab maybe something like this and simplify. So instead of this like being pure black all the time, right? Like some of these are going to be quite strong in the light, okay? And then as they kind of go away from the light, maybe that reflection dies down a little bit. All right, same with this guy. Like this thing really is like canted, so it's not like, let me grab something. So you have something like this, right? You're kind of painting it where it's like dead on, right? So you have this sort of shadow on the bottom, but really it's like canted up like this, right? And you can see when I sort of cant this forward that a lot more of that shape is going to catch light coming from above. Okay, so because of that, like less of this should be dark on the bottom, and in fact maybe your brightest highlight might actually be kind of towards the front here. Same with all of these. You want to like metallic, always you need to like push the light like towards the viewer. Okay? So it's always going to like start to shift forward more, and that really is dependent on what the orientation of the shape is, right? So maybe instead of the like brightest white being over here, you know, we start to create some of these, like maybe one of these feathers is just like super bright. Yeah, always think about like where the light is coming from and then what the viewer's angle is, so that you can find sort of that midpoint in between to create the feeling of that like intermediate like angle, right? So this might actually be something more like that. And then these would shift forward. Okay. And then, yeah, you might have something really bright like on these sorts of edges. And then you can play around with some of these like shapes in the feathers. All right, so look at like a butter knife and how a butter knife kind of reflects. You get some of these shapes kind of like this. These like S-curves and things. So depending on, you know, sort of how the shape of that thing is, could change. So you should see now, right? Like the difference between this and this, like we're pushing the light. Okay? Hi, appreciate mistakes. Hello, hi everyone. All right, now let's make the eyes more interesting, because the eyes are also glossy, right? So we can do a little more with the eyes. So one thing you guys might notice is that these are not like, they're not in the same orientation as each other. If you imagine these were like full spheres in his head, that it's maybe something more like, and then like, right? So if one highlight is here on this one, where should the highlight be on the other one? The answer is in the same spot. So it's in the top right, but not all the way in the top right. So the other one should be like right there, right? So really this highlight should, these final highlights in the white of the eye should be like, I don't know, somewhere around here. Okay. Now, the next thing we can do is based on the reflection of the metal, right? It looks like we've got some sort of bluish daylight kind of thing. Jirio with the raid of 127. Hello. Is this a French friend of ours? It is. I thought so. Bonjour. Bonjour, monsieur and madame. Omelette du fromage. Oui, oui, baguette. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. How's everyone doing? So, the next thing we can kind of do... Bon chocolat. I know my pronunciation is all wrong. You don't have to tell me. I already know. No matter how good it is, it's still wrong. Right, so we could do something like this where we start to introduce a little bit of that sky in the light. Which brush am I using? In in Procreate, just a flat brush. So you can see we can get some of that like sky reflecting in the and maybe we can push it a little more. We don't want it like so intense that he starts to look like blind. So we can tone it down a little bit. But we can play with some of that like sky reflecting in like the glossy black, right? And then when we put the white back in from the sun or whatever, I'm just going to make them simplified. Right. Then it starts to read. That blue, subtle blue doesn't look so intense anymore when we put the whites in. So you can see it adds a little bit of, adds a little life to the eye. See ya. Thanks for the raid. Enjoy your day. Pete, thanks for the prime. Thanks for 2 months. Okay. So, yeah, play around, make them exciting, you know, like same with the beak here, like it's a little too chunky, right? Like the highlights are a little too rough on the beak, so that it's starting to look a little too much like the starting to look a little too much like the feathers in terms of texture. So this is where we want to like work on texture contrast and create something a little more smooth here in order to achieve like a different texture, right? I don't know how to say that. C'est blanc juré. That's what I'm going with. Assuming that it's a French name. And Devark. Hi, welcome. So, I think that should kind of help you on your way of what you can do with this and try and make it more interesting. I also think you're maybe going like a little too dark on some of the feather areas, like on top. Like I don't think you need to go quite this dark in some spots. You can sort of build up a little more light here in order to make it a little more natural, and I would push a little bit more the white feathers in these spots. Oops, that's a little big. All right, so a bit more white, because that's what you are trying to sort of sell, is that these are white feathers. So just bring up like the overall values on his forehead, I guess is what you would call the top of his head, right? Bring up those values a little more. All right. Thank you. Corthial, hello. Welcome, welcome. And I missed the Grand Bazaar, hello. And Captain Carp, thanks for the prime. Welcome in, everyone. Happy weekend. So, let's see who we had next, right? Oh, it jumped. Oh, I hate when it does that. Jesus. I am Max Menace. Hello, welcome. So. Hold on, guys. I'll get to all these in a second. We're trying to read who is next. Mystic Gnome. Hello, Eric. This is my first time submitting. This is a 32mm 3D print from Loot Studios. I've submitted it as a standard entry to the Squidmar Open. It was my first time that I entered a comp. Would love to get feedback to improve. I work weird shifts, so I probably won't catch the live. Hell, otherwise, let it rip, and thanks. Tex Red, thanks for the prime. Melifios, UTO. Both thanks for following. Hello, welcome. Hello, guys. No, not a stupid question. The perfect question, Mad Studio. How do you submit for Feedback Friday? So, if you are a sub, it can be a Prime sub, and you join the Discord, which is linked down there somewhere, you can link your Twitch account to your Discord account, and it will give you access to this channel, which has the little lock symbol, right? And that will, then you can submit photos. And that's it. That's how you do it. There's two feedback channels. There's a public feedback channel called Feedback Requests, you can see there. And there's a private feedback channel, which is called Feedback Fridays. And you have to be a sub to get access to the Feedback Friday channel. All right, let's look at this. Standard in the Squidmar Open, yeah? Okay, honestly, not bad. Not bad. What I would say, I think the biggest thing that's going to help you is, I think some of your volume interpretation is pretty good. Some of the color selection's not bad. I think the thing that's going to go furthest for you in improving is just definition, right? I don't know how big this figure is. I'm going to assume it's pretty small. I think you said 30. If that's a 32 millimeter base, then this figure is like 50 millimeters tall or something like that. Julie, hello. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for all the new follows. Welcome in, everyone. Yeah, I think the biggest thing that's going to help you push your painting is just crispness and definition. It goes a really long way, especially at this scale, right? When I look at stuff like this up here, okay, this, right? Watch what we can do if I take like a dark, this is sort of reddish, if I take a dark red, right, and real thin, even thinner than that, as thin as I can go, I just create some dark lines around this stuff. Am I on a new layer? I am. Good. It's one of the things I always forget to do is actually start a new layer. Okay? This is the biggest thing I have to tell to newer painters, right? The photo might be a little blown out, but still, like, you can push the definition more, right? So just between these two, like, you already start to see more shape coming out, right? So everywhere, literally everywhere you should be doing this, right? We want to separate elements as much as possible, okay? Like, get in between them tootsies, dude. I don't know where they are on here, something like that. Okay, all the little finger between the fingers. Right, this necklace thing is like, there's no shape to it, right? Because whatever it is, you just don't have the outline there to show that shape. Like, create some shadow in the mouth, create some shadow above the eyes, right? Like, give them some, create some shadow in the ears. These outlines go a long way. Will this help for models with soft details? This will help from all models. Hi, I went to WME, to the gymnasium, yeah, and I didn't really know, I didn't really know your job. I was stunned by your piece. The water reflection effect is incredible. Thank you, UTO. So, yeah, like, this is just the number one thing. And I would give this tip to any, like, 32 mil painter. You're probably not pushing the, like, outlining enough on your figures. Like, some of this stuff is better, but it could still be cleaner, right? It's just going to clean it up. It's going to sharpen the edge. It's going to improve the readability of your piece, right? Like, it's totally lost down here. There's like, no, I get you're trying to do some sort of like sandy effect or something, but typically you want the like legs to be a little darker, or like the feet. Okay, so boom, number one thing just to improve. All right, and then the next thing is like try and avoid using too much white in your mixture. Okay, it could be white, it could be like ivory, jumping too fast. Try and avoid using too much white because it really starts to desaturate fast. And then yeah, so you can use a little more color in your highlights. Okay. Pardon my French. Pardon your English. No, don't worry about it. I guarantee you speak better English than I speak French. BZH, LDM, hello. Shpat, 92, hello. Appreciate mistakes. Thanks for the prime. LaSalle Brute, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Hello, hello. So, okay. So, outlines, boom, done. Easy. Easiest fix. All right. And I'll really just like, contrast. I've said this before, but I'll say it again for all our new ones. All right. All our new viewers. Contrast is not the end goal. Contrast serves as a way to achieve more definition, and definition leads to readability. Readability is the key on especially these small figures, these really tiny figures. Okay, so we want definition. How do you create definition? You create it through contrast. Right. So there you go. I'm gonna try. Nah. CH La My Dugas. Hello. Thanks for the prime. I don't know if that's some sort of pun or what. Alright, Mike. Oh, stop it, Discord. Oh, we got a lot to go through. We gotta get trucking. Zebra Volant. Hello, welcome. Mike. Eric, I know you've seen this before in PO Online. I've been working on improving his readability and definition. Could you please take a look and see? Looking on improving his readability and definition. What were we just talking about? Reinforce that. Could you please take a look and let me know your thoughts on what you think I should refine, change? It's pretty good, huh? This guy's pretty good. What I worry about Mike sometimes is Mike figures tend to look a little less contrasty in hand. They're a little more subtle in hand. Right now, I would excuse me. Right now, I would say it looks pretty good. In terms of things to change, honestly, I really like where it's going. I mean, he could probably use a base at some point, you know. Man, like, what would I work on? Well, one thing I can definitely tell you I'd work on is this drives me nuts. Is this what a checkerboard looks like? So, Mike, I don't have a ton of stuff to talk about on the actual figure. It looks really good, man. But I am going to use this opportunity to talk about painting checkers. So, when you paint these checkers, right? Anybody, this could be a learning experience for all. All right. When you paint checkers, what do you do, right? Do I review only figures or do I also review vehicles? I can review vehicles if you want. Mike, the chat is telling you need to moisturize. They said it, not me. Right? So I'm just going to redo a part of it, right? So not so that we can see the difference. Okay? So when you do it, probably this is what happens. He started with like a yellow or something, right? And then you went like this and you took a black and you drew the line. Woo, that's really, I need to go smaller, right? You drew the lines like this. Okay, so you drew vertical and horizontal lines, right? Something along this, right? And then you went, okay, well, I'll fill in this square and I'll fill in this square. Okay. And I'll fill in this one. Okay. Well, what happens, right? What happens when you do that? Yeah. So you end up with really small yellow ones, okay? Because the corners of the black connect, right? Now you can see it over here, right? It's like one line that goes all the way through. One line that goes all the way through. One line that goes all the way through. Okay? So you have to come back with the yellow and clean this up, right? You got to make the yellow squares bigger, or you start with a lighter color for the black and then paint the black squares inside that, right? So you make the yellow bigger so that the corners line up, right? We want the corners to like just the tips should touch, okay? Just touch tips a little bit, you know? And you'll get a way like sharper looking grid overall. Okay? So if it were me, I would come back and then you can add like, then you can come back and do whatever glaze or whatever you want to do. You can come back with this like orange as like a transparent orange and like apply it to the whole thing to get your nice like gradient all the way across, right? You create this like sort of gradient effect. All right, and then you're gonna do whatever highlighting and stuff you want to do, but getting that grid lined up right so you don't have these like big overlapping corners will make your checkers look much cleaner. Okay, And this applies to anywhere you would do checkers, like digital camouflage, actual checkers on like orcs or space marines, harlequins, right? Anything that would have this sort of pattern to it. Like make sure that those corners like meet at a all four corners should meet, right? Not like overlap. Okay. Wazcraft, hello, thanks for following. You thought this was a serious stream? No. You haven't been watching for very long. Other than that, you're doing a great job. Okay? I would do something with this. Speaking of freehands, I think you could do something cool on the, like, maybe like a spiral or something on the... Maybe play with some red. I feel like he's missing a little red. So, like, that might look good. Right? Like, maybe some sort of reddish color here. Like, you could do some sort of, like, spiral effect or something on the little missiles. Could look nice. And get you a little more red near the face to kind of play into that sort of color scheme that you got, right? I think that could be cool. The Chaucer. Hello, welcome. Welcome. Because I am going to assume that you have flames coming out of the bottom, which means there's going to be a bunch more red, so getting some strong red near the face is going to help to draw attention. Hello, Aldris. Top lip's not so bad. I mean, you could add like a little bit of orange, but I like it sort of defined the way it is. Yeah. Anyways. Cool. We can't sit here and go over everything. Simon. Drives me nuts why he does that. Just keep the spot I was at, dude. Simon, could you provide feedback on this guy, please? My main focus has been to push that big main highlight and get it as believable as possible. Feedback on my previous pieces was that I didn't. Is that I didn't push the lighting enough. So I'm working on that. And then Simon just wants, or Austin just wants advice on the NMM on his Space Marine. Space Marine. Let's look at this orc, huh? How about this? Pretty good, actually. I would say, in general, quite nice. Yeah. What do you guys think? I think it's pretty good. I think the ears are a little weird. I think you could bring the green over a little bit more. But I think, in general terms, like, yeah, it's pretty strong. Nice and defined, basically where it should be. Yeah, I would pull the green, like, into the ear a little bit more and then leave sort of the center of the ear a little more red. It's a little weird when it's just, like, a completely different color, just, like, drops onto the face like that. So you want some sort of like transition, a little softer transition there. Okay, so I would try and the French have infiltrated the chat. No, am I scared of the French? No. No.
So yeah, doing something like that to the ears would work a little better.
No, I highly respect the French and their willingness to go nuts. Just like, oh, you want to raise the retirement age by 2 years?
We're rioting. The French will work very hard to not have to work more.
Something like that, I think, would also help just pushing the definition around some of these muscles a little bit more. And then overall, I think the chest is pretty good, but I think you could bring some color back in. I think this is more just like a aesthetic thing, but I think you push the light so much on the chest that it's like kind of blown out, and I think just bringing some of that color back in might make it a little more aesthetic.
Hello, ink. Hi. I'm not giving a chance to that first word.
I'm not even making an attempt. Yeah. So I think that's the big things I see. Maybe you could push a little more the definition just here to try and like enhance the expression a little bit. I've kind of talked about like sculpting with paint before, but there is times where you can like, yeah, you can like enhance some parts maybe a little darker than they would naturally be, just to like enhance the definite, like the expression overall. Right, so maybe like on his forehead, if you want to like push the wrinkles slightly more just to give the facial expression a little more anger, right? Like, let's look at the difference between these two, right? Just by doing that little bit to the face, like it changes his face, makes him a little more aggressive. But yeah, nice jump. This thing's sweet, man. Austin, this is coming along really nice. One thing about NMM, and I see you've started to do it, which this is interesting. So you've got this sort of brown reflection coming from below. Overall, I think the NMM is coming out great. So I don't have too much to say about it, but when you start to do this ground reflection, right, you guys might be able to see. I'm going to enhance it just a little bit so you can see it a little better. When you start to have this ground reflection, right? Okay, this makes sense, right? Like there would be one here. But there'd also be one here, right? Which you kind of have, right? This one would actually have probably a little more than the other one, just because it's sort of facing downwards a little more. Even maybe here there would be like a little ground reflection. The thing is like, what is creating that? Is it the cork? Right? It is kind of cork colored. Like, so you need to be thinking about like what kind of base you're going to put him on. And right now I have no context to what sort of base he's going to be on. So I don't know if this is the correct color for the ground reflection. Right. So you need, that needs to be a consideration. Okay. The other thing would be, yeah, maybe some of these, like, I think you could maybe push the light a little more on this, like, kind of upper part. All right. But overall, man, really sharp, really, really sharp. I think you've already had some like advice on this, either from Magnus or whoever. I don't remember who you said. But yeah, I mean, it's really good. Okay, so there are some parts on the face that I would maybe adjust. Something like this, I might try and bring this highlight here over onto the other side of the face, right? Because you have them here sort of on the mouth vents, but you don't really have it on the eye over here. There's no real reason for that to be like, and that's going to help like frame the face a little more. So all of this like sort of angle here, right? You would probably have, even if it's like not in direct sun, like you want to put some there just to create some like shape to this. Okay. But yeah, really good. Really, really good. See, we were talking earlier about the owl, like splitting these two sides. This is sort of the same thing. So yeah, this is kind of the aim. What you're sort of aiming for. My base is going to be brown. Desert type red brown. Then that's the colors that you should include in the armor. Is the blue armor painted metal then? It have volume, but really not really reflect. No, the blue armor is not metallic. This is the eagle is the Aquila is metallic, but the blue armor is not. It's just like a shiny, kind of shiny blue. Yep, love Sky Earth non-metallic metals. The best. SE NMM, dude. Just chrome this bad boy out. No, it's generally quite impressive. Here, this one's a little odd. I get what you're trying to do, like with creating this sort of thing here. Like just trying to bring some interest to that leg, but yeah, maybe like make it a little taller. Okay, you have to think like this is a cone, right? It's like a big cone shape. Okay, so the reflection runs lengthwise, so I would have it go kind of all the way up, and then you can have part of it like a little bit brighter as it gets near the thing, but I like to extend. You want to extend that light. Sí, yes, el corte inglés. Oh no, the Spaniards. Hostia, los españoles. El ganador de la espada. De la espada. No entiendo. ¿Qué dices? What? What you say? ¿Me entiendes? Hi, Borja. Borja, how's my jota? Is it improving? I love the Spanish. I will admit, I will say, between the French and the Spanish are way more encouraging when it comes to speaking their language, okay? They're just like, you're doing an amazing job. You speak better Spanish than I do. All right, Ginger Bat. Let's see. Well, let's see the comment first. Hi, Eric. I was wondering if you could help me out with the light placement on Aelita. I don't know how to pronounce the name of this figure. I'm going for the light coming from the left and feel like I've got the hang of the volumes, but I can't seem to get it looking right. I'm especially looking at the skin, but we'll take any advice on the rest too. So one of the questions you need... Oh, that was a big change when that happened. So one of the questions you need to ask when you're talking about directional lighting. Hi, Mike, you missed yours. But we basically talked about checkers. I'll give you the quick overview. Add some more freehand to make it more interesting. Paint some, make sure the corners of your checkers line up better. And use some moisturizer. That was the big takeaways. All right. So, hedgehog. All right, so here's the big thing. When you're talking about directional lighting, okay? I can see that you're trying to have the light sort of come in from one side, okay? This is going to be more of a general talk than exactly how to fix your figure, because if you guys have seen the way I paint before, right, you might be familiar with sort of how I break this down, okay? I talk about it all the time. A good one to go watch would be the Mark Musklin's Clue, where I painted that guy. Okay, so let's say the light's coming in from this way, or maybe even slightly more from above, okay? One thing you need to ask is, like, how direct is the light? Okay, is it more of a diffused light like I have on me right now? This is sort of diffused. The light from my window is sort of diffused. I have two light sources here. I have one coming from above. If I turn this one off, you can see that there's this light source coming in from the window over here, right? And then I have a light source from above, okay? How direct that light is, like if it's like the sun, then it's going to create hard shadows. You want to consider, like, you really need to separate your values into light and shadow values, okay? So you have separate values for both. Right now, I can't tell you where the values are that, like, where do the values start on her skin for shadows? Like, where's the Terminator? Okay? You guys know what the Terminator is? El Terminador. Okay? When you're talking about the Terminator on an object that is lit, okay? Yeah, Sarah Connor. No, not that Terminator. This Terminator, all right? So if you were to, like, shadow a sphere, okay? Something like this, right? And then you create the halftones, okay? So you have halftones, and then you have, like, a highlight inside that. And then maybe you have like a bounce light or whatever. But the Terminator is not the darkest part of the shadow. Okay, that's the core shadow. That's different. The Terminator is the imaginary line. All right, where you can still kind of see it here. It's the imaginary line where the lights stop and the shadows begin. All right. Sometimes it's also part of the core shadow, right? And it's like the darkest part of the shadow, but not always, right? If we were to add like a bounce light under this, okay, if I was to take this and then paint like a bounce light from the table or something, some parts of the Terminator would actually start to like increase in value a little bit. All right. So it's not necessarily the darkest part of the shadow. That's the core shadow. It's the imaginary line. On her, if I was to try and draw where the Terminator is, I have no idea. Okay? I don't know where it is. It doesn't exist. Okay? It's just like too soft. So, this doesn't necessarily mean you need like hard shadows, but let's take a color. This is clearly a shadow value, right down here. Okay? And let's start to draw in the light. All right? So let's start to draw in the shadow. Okay, so the whole left side of her face, her right side, our left, right, does not have basically any shadows on it because it's all in light, right? So there's some here underneath her lip, right? Maybe you get some here, and this starts, and if it's like a softer light, this is going to start to like go away. Right, and this will blend out, and then we sort of blend this out. Then we can do stuff like introduce, like if the light's gonna hit her hair and other stuff. Wait. What company makes this bus? I'm pretty sure this is Hex, right? I believe this is Danny's company, Hex Figures. Okay. So there you go, right? So now we have clearly like a shadow, right? So now we have light and shadow values. Okay. So we've separated these into families of values. And now the lighting direction is like way more clear. Okay? You do that with everything, right? So including the hair, right? So the hair, you know, depending, if this is like the shadow value for your hair, like this is where it should sort of be until it starts to maybe catch some light on that side, but maybe it's something like this, right? And maybe some parts of this are in shadow. Maybe some parts of the hair here, right? Okay, and then, yeah, then we can think like, all right, if the hair's coming out here, maybe some of this starts to come back into the light. You get something like that. And now maybe that light, right, hitting the hair, then bounces back up onto the face a little bit. And we start to get like a little bit of bounce light. You don't want to do you do not want to go overboard with this. Okay. This should be like a subtle thing. Like that's probably too much. Okay. Yeah, the light, color of the light affects everything. Right, then you can start working on like highlights, right? So you've got some highlights in here, but different parts of the face are going to be highlighted more than others because depending on like how much oil in the skin, there's a higher concentrated amount of oil in your forehead and in your nose than there is on other parts of your face. So you tend to have brighter highlights on your nose, like more bright concentrated highlights on your nose. So maybe something like this, right? And your lips also tend to be a little shiny, so you might get like a more concentrated highlight there. If you have like watery, you know, like watery eyes, right? So you get maybe a little more highlight. So we're thinking about like the shape, like you have to think about the shape, okay? Then depending on how, like what the light is, how intense the light is, right? This could be weaker or whatever, but if we're going for a directional light source, you need to be able to identify that terminator, okay? I think that explains that well enough. Did I? All right. So separating these families. Who's next? Who's next? DJ Oline. D. Jolene. Hey Eric, looking for some general feedback. I'm not really happy with the hair on his leg thingies or on the wolf pelt. So some tips there would be appreciated. Is this a Blood Bowl figure? I'm gonna guess this is a Blood Bowl figure based on the white stripe on his base. Well, since you're not happy with the fur, that's what we'll talk about, but let's pull it up. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging, no man. Jolene. I think in general this is pretty good. What this has great, guys, look how good the definition is. Huh? Really good definition. Really strong outlines, like Don't test me, all right? We'll go do karaoke sometime. And I'll show you what my voice is really like. As far as the fur, okay? So here's the problem with GW fur. It sucks. It's just bad. Like, it's just not sculpted well. It looks like teeth, dude. Like, this is not your fault that this doesn't look like fur. It looks like teeth. Okay? Like... What, I mean, what do? Well, if you're me, and it's for competition, you resculpt it. But, yeah. So, how can you you can fill it with Mod Podge, that sort of works. You fill it with Mod Podge, that helps tone it down a little bit. But yeah, the actual like porcupine type teeth fur, like it's just rough. What I would recommend to make it a little softer is try and avoid making it look even more like teeth where you can. So instead of like sculpting each little individual clump, like try and connect them sometimes. All right. So like combining parts so that it is not always like tooth, right? Like crisscross some of the hairs, have some of the fur like more joined towards the top. Will often help like reduce that kind of shape. Huh? What are you talking about, Rui? I don't know. Did you guys see the Instagram story where Albert made Mark Moskowitz sign the napkin contract? Like, who was it, Messi, that did the napkin contract? Albert made Mark Moskowitz sign a napkin contract that he was going to enter Golden Demon this year. And I had to be the witness. So another thing you can do is, yeah, just tone down the shadows a little bit more. If it's white fur, the shadows don't need, so you leave the really strong, like, dark lining around it, but you don't need the shadows of every individual strand to be, like, super strong. Okay. So that's the biggest way to help out here. So when it comes to, like, hair like this, don't try and paint the sculpt. Okay, this is the biggest point of feedback I can give to people on any sort of hair. Okay, don't try and paint the sculpt. Just paint the hair. All right, use the sculpt as a, like, guide to show you where the light should go. But on something like a beard here, right? Where's the brightest part of my beard? It's right here, right? So this should be brighter, okay? So we want to give some, like, shape, overall shape to the beard a little more. And yeah, don't worry about, like, sometimes painting in the recesses. It's fine. Okay, then we can, like, tone it down where we need and, like, create some overall shape to it. Right? Okay. But yeah. In general, I think this figure is really strong. It was really nice. It's good. I don't know what color gums a wolf has, but there's some room in here for a little further detail. Yeah. Yep. I don't know about you guys, but this sort of drives me nuts. Does this drive anybody else nuts? Does this weird anybody else out? He's just, like, standing in a patch of grass. Yeah, fix this. This is, yeah, you get, not shave it off, but you, like, fill in the edge, and then, like, you could cut it off with scissors or something, you know? Try and make it, yeah, just try and get it, like, to the edge. Machine Spirit Live, thanks for the prime. Okay, I think I answered questions there. Let's look at the back real fast. Photo. Let's look, yeah. Just so I can see. Yeah, see, this is the same deal, right? Like, don't try and paint the sculpt so much. Try and just, like, paint the direction of the fur, right? You can fill in some of this space with brush strokes, and it'll create a much more, like, natural texture. Or you shave it down and you re-sculpt it. Okay, you'll get a much more, like, natural shape to the hair. Right, like, see this? See on this? The shadows between each one, they're just too dark. So it's like maybe something more along, like, these lines. Right, like, get rid of the black completely and just, like, it should be like one thing, you know? And then you use the dark line to separate the belt from the hair,
right? But not every little individual strand of hair needs like dark lining in between it. Looks crazy. Because it's one shape, right? Oh God, the arm hair is terrible. Jesus. I don't know why. Yeah. I mean, I know why they do it. They do it so that like washes and stuff work well. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. And then we will continue on. Hello. I'm back. Hi. Gerbil Papa asks, hey, could you give me some feedback on this big fella, please? Ignore the glossy spots on the back. Alright. I'll ignore the whole back. What do we think? What do you guys think the biggest issue with this figure is? Huh? If there was one thing you could put your finger on and go like, it's got a lack of this, what do you think it would be? Yeah, it's very gray for one. I think there's... Yeah, the mutedness is leading to what? Yeah, I think it's Garm nailed it. I think it's missing a bit of differentiation between elements. One, because everything is so gray and the values are very similar. Everything sort of bleeds into each other. So it's missing definition. Yeah. How do we fix that? How do we improve that? Okay. One, look at this skull, okay? If we took just this skull, all right, and we zoomed into this as a point of reference, right, for sort of problems across the figure itself, and we look at the skull, what's going on here is that like there's no definition between the skull and the rope. Like these deep shadows right next to the rope, you gotta clean this up. Okay? Right? It's fine to have like deep shadows in the like eye sockets and the nose, right? But what's with the deep shadows like right next to the rope, other than the edge, like the line, you know? So if we push the light a little more and make these like sharp lines that separate the rope from the skull, all of the like readability of the skull is going to come through a lot more. And then when we look at it more from a distance, it'll be much more clear like what's happening on this thing. So now if we zoom back out, like keep your eye on the skull, okay? And look at the difference between this and this. Which one's more readable, all right? So, when we're talking about like readability and cleanliness in paint, all right, painting clean, okay, doesn't necessarily mean like clean. Like this guy is not clean. He's a dirty, like grimy, character, right? But you can have clean applications as like clean material separation in order to enhance definition. Okay? So this is a general like thing that I would try and fix across the model, is like there's just a lack of like material, like element separation. Okay? And it applies to everywhere. Like this black, like the belt needs to be separated from the skin. Okay. Yeah, I also don't like this idea that like you can't paint like what's going. I know what this figure is. I'm familiar with this figure. These are like teeth over here. There's like no like definition on those teeth. This thing is like, there's like an armband here. It's completely lost. All right. So you have to create separation. Okay. Color wise and stuff, yeah, it's cool. I like the like different mixes of colors and these like muted tones and this like dirty sort of effect, but you can still like paint clean in terms of like, yeah, creating contrast between these parts in order to tidy it up. Yeah. Can we get away with different levels of definition as another type of contrast? Yes, you can. Definition can also mean like a couple things, like one that I like. Let's see if we can find it real quick. If I type in 2A Kai Space Camel. Let's see if we can. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Let's try and look at this. Well, I don't know how good the picture is here. Come on. This isn't quite high definition enough. Is there a good, like a really good picture of it? But 2A sort of did this on the camel. It's hard to see here, but like not only in the sculpt but also in the painting, 2A did like a more clear like version of the pattern on near the rider, right, than he did towards the back of the camel. Also, like, he did it in the sculpting, so, like, the tassels and stuff get more defined as you get closer to the rider. The jerry cans, like, have more, they have, like, more sculpting definition as you get closer to the rider. Right, so there are areas where, yeah, you can push the definition more as you want, like, in the focal areas, okay? So sadly, like this image is not quite high enough to see it like perfectly, but yes, you can. It is something you can pull off. But yeah, just like overall, like I have no definition in the chains. I can't read like the individual links of chain. Like the fingernails, right? Like. Yes, you can paint dirty. You can paint things dirty, but you also need to consider, like, well, you need to be able to see this stuff, okay? So, work on cleaning this guy up, lining around things, like really pushing the definition in some areas, and I think it will go a long way, okay? Cool. I hope that's helpful. Like, see on the face mask, like, this stuff should be, like, black in between the little, like, eye things, you know? lot of room for pushing definition. Okay, so that's my advice to you. Black. Every time. Black Cat. Hi, Eric. This is my first time joining your feedback Friday. I just want to get some general feedback before I finally attach the arms. Okay. Ooh. And then Johan. Howdy, Eric. Wants general feedback. Okay. And then Sam. Yeah, Murph. I did a fun experiment in colors by limiting my palette using cyan, magenta, and yellow in their respective pieces. Any thoughts on how I can possibly make better decisions in the future or possible adjustments I can make to these current pieces? Maybe. Maybe. All right, so let's look at the first one. What was the first one? This lady. Here we go with these weirds. Where do you guys find these? Guessing this is a 3D print of some kind. All right. No, I don't like the sculpt either. I agree. Not a fan. So, okay. Contrast and definition. What do you think of this shirt? Okay? When we're talking about contrast, all right? If you can talk about individual value contrast on the element, you can talk about contrast of value between elements. Okay? On this shirt, do you guys think it is too contrasted? Like there's too much value, especially when you compare it to like the skin or the hair or the leather, right? Is there too much value contrast on this shirt? I'm going to go with 100% yes. It is like way too much. Okay? So my recommendation would be to tone this way the heck down. All right? Bring this like together. Okay? You don't need this value range on every little individual fold of this shirt. Okay? Like we lose the like overall volume and shape of the shirt by trying to like define it this much. All right. So like bring it together, you know? Then we can push the light a little if we need to. Towards like a lighter blue color or something. Right? Like the top here gets a little more light. Maybe the shoulder gets a little more light. Right? Then you can like define the stitching and stuff like that. But right, if we take a step back and we just look at this versus this, like what feels more natural, you know? So you don't have to like maximize contrast on every single thing. Okay? Even on the leather, right? Like I would say like one, it's very gray. Like I would like some more like saturated sort of brown tones in here in the leather, like you know, some kind of, well, I think the glove's better than the apron for one, right? I like the more saturated tones in the glove, but this is sort of the same deal, right? Okay, so don't feel the need to constantly like overdo it. Okay, Redfish, hello, thanks for the follow, welcome. All right, next thing. Okay, you're trying to like do highlights on the face. Okay, if we're gonna put highlights, we need to put highlights elsewhere. All right, like, yeah, the nose is gonna be a little more intense, but also the forehead. All right, so you're gonna have a bit more intense highlight on the forehead to match the highlight on the nose. Right, you get a little bit on the cheek. Okay. Maybe on the neck and clavicle some. The hands. Please don't do this, like, especially when the hand is like in a relaxed position. Okay, can you see like, do I have like deep bones in between all of my knuckles or not? Like, I don't have the skinniest hands in the world, but until I get it at like the perfect position, you probably don't see like the individual bones in my hands. If I turn it just this much, like they start to go away. Okay, so only if I'm like that can you start to see like maybe these top two. All right. I think people have a tendency to overdo it. The back of the hand is a little more flat. Okay, maybe something like that instead. So it's like the indication is there, but it's not like too much. And then the hair, once again on this figure and looking at the back, the hair is just like way over sculpted. On the sword, the non-metallic, I think I would try and make like the whole bevel of the blade like a little lighter than the flat of the blade. You can introduce some secondary lights and stuff. I would also like maybe play around with the idea of like there's a forge, like when you're dealing with a sort of character like this. So this might be like a good time to include some OSL of some kind, right? We can do from a storytelling element, like there can be some like orange or something somewhere that's, you know, creating a secondary light source as she's making this blade, right? I don't know where, but you know, that's sort of up to you to decide if you want to do this or not. But I think these sorts of things like can really add to the sort of story that you're trying to tell. On the hair, yeah. On the hair, create bigger volumes and cut the strands down. Yeah, always try and focus on like the main volumes first. I don't think the front of the hair is quite as bad, but yeah, you want to simplify. Always simplify, like create bigger shapes first, then add detail. Okay. I like the little like bit of hair, like skin, scalp showing through. That's nice. And then on the back, like I could see on the back that it got like a little dark and gross, and there it goes again, jumping all the way down. Right, like it's just, yeah. simplify these shapes, okay? This sculpt is not good. This is not how hair works. These look like churros and not like hair. Los churros. Out of curiosity, by working or being friends with some of the best sculptors in the world, do you still find some regular 3D sculpts cool, or is it cool but at best? What is regular 3D sculpts? Like non-commercial sculpts, like these like STL farm type sculpts, like these Patreon whatever. I'm gonna be like brutally honest. I think most of these like Patreon sculpts are just like, it's just schlock. It's just turning out. Yeah, things I find on CD Trader or My Mini Factory. Yeah, I honestly think most of them are just like slop. Maybe there's some gems in there, you know, but that's me being brutally honest. Cool. This is looking pretty good. Not bad, not bad. First impression is pretty nice. I also really like this sculpt. I think it's really just like a cool figure. What I would say, a couple things stand out to me. I think some of your like edges could be a little sharper. I think your gold, like you're not going dark enough on your gold a lot. Okay. So especially like if I look over here, like you've got some dark color around the rivets, but then you kind of lose it like everywhere else. Okay. So what I would say to you is you need to like push some of these like shadows a little more in the these like dark reflections in the golds a bit more, because that's what's going to make it read more like metallic. Right now it sort of just looks like a kind of just looks like a yellow material. You need that like high, really high contrast in order to make it read metallic-y. I think some of your edges also could be like a little sharper. But yeah, you need these dark colors, like even close to like actual blacks, to create this metallic, more metal effect. Like this is just not enough darks. I see this a bit, this tendency to like not push enough like the dark colors. It's like as you're building up, you like build up the lights and you sort of lose some of the shadows. Here on the axe face, I think we could just like tone this whole thing down. Just make this, simplify this. It's a very just generic shape. I don't think you need like all this. You're trying to like add interest to this flat plane, right? But it's a flat plane. Like it doesn't need to be interesting because this is interesting and all this is interesting. Okay? So here's another type of contrast for you. This detail contrast, right? Like this can just be a bit more boring in order to like highlight the more interesting detail parts of the axe, right? Okay. So like let it be kind of simple. All right? It doesn't have to be super interesting.
I know this is like, is going to feel very counterintuitive to like, what? You just want to paint it like a flat color? Like, yeah. I mean, you can add like a little bit of variation in there, but it doesn't really need a lot. Then, right, we take some of this light, okay, and we have to come in and like, you know, hit these edges, right? Like if this edge is all nice and bright and then you've kind of done it down here, right? These other ones are going to be quite bright also. Like why didn't you do these? Okay, so just some visual consistency here. Really like trying to define all the edges and everything. Define this. Okay, I know this thing is tiny, but right. I feel like you're like skipping out on parts. Like you're like, oh, this is good enough, but then you're leaving some of these other parts kind of unfinished. So really try and take your time on some of this stuff and really like get it to a super high finish. Okay. Paint all the edges. You dang right. Yeah, whoever's told you that was a smart guy. Okay, so, and now you should be able to see, like, let's look at the axe before and after, right? Like, which one, right? Which one's more aesthetically pleasing? Okay, like this or this? And actually, if we're getting fancy, there is some volume to this. So actually, you can come in and like define the lip here. There's some dimension to this shape. Paint all the edges, get the edges defined, even if they're darker, just like, you know, get them done. This I don't like. This axe does not look shiny enough to create this like red highlight from the helmet. Again, here's another chance to like really push contrast, right? We can like darken some of this down further. Also, because it's on the base, it's not as interesting, right? So we can like push the shadow a little more, create more contrast between the edge and the front of the axe. All right. So yeah, pushing that definition. Face is good. Faces were like honestly real nice. Some of the hair could be a little sharper. Like you could try and get some of the points to the hair a little cleaner, but I think it's quite nice. Yeah, just try and paint like a little. I think my biggest thing for you is like, yeah, like try and get some of your lines like just a little smaller, right? A little sharper, a little cleaner. Sharp, sharp, sharp. Like I know you can. I'm looking at this, right? I'm looking at the face and how clean it is on some of this stuff. Now, the question is, what is this for? If it's for, you just ask for general feedback, but if it's for gaming, like whatever, it's done, you know. But if it's for competition, that's something different. Okay.
Sam. Let's look at Sam's. It's pretty cool. I think the yeah. I'm just kind of taking it in, seeing how I feel about it. I think they're neat. Are these the long snouts or whatever that they made? Is that what I'm looking at? So, really cool. I think some of the things I'm seeing is like, I can see a little bit of the purple in here. I think you could play around with it a little bit more in the metallics. Like I see it a little more like up here. But general stuff wise is like, I feel like I'm losing like a little definition in some spots. The faces are pretty good, but like, so say like his teeth, right? Like, just like push the value a little more in a couple areas, you know, like bring out some of these details like a little bit more. Try and create a little more value contrast, like especially on him. Like his are good. Actually, no, they're not. These like the main tusks are pretty good, but then like these ones are too dark. So, I mean, they look good for like kind of sketchy bits, but yeah, there's definitely some room to like enhance some of the value contrast a little more. Like this has some good value contrast on the helmet, and so does the shield, but then like I don't really have it in the mouth. I like the darkness up on this one, right? I think you could be, and I like the broadness of the stroke on this one, but I feel like you went maybe a little too high. So maybe some like bringing some of that down a little more, some of the shadow down a little bit. Vignette this a little more, right? Make it feel a little more consistent with the other two. It's like 11 a.m. No, it is 1:40 in the afternoon for me. It's still the AM on the West Coast. You know, we have like 2, 3, 4. We have like 6 time zones. We have 4 continental time zones. Then we have, I think, 1 in Alaska and 1 in Hawaii. The U.S. is pretty big. So that would be my thing. And then, yeah, I think you could push some of these other elements a little bit further, like bring out some of these details on like the belts. I feel like the belts are like a pretty important part. So I would try and like, yeah, get a little bit fancier with this. Try and like pop out some of these, the definition on here, whatever it is. It's like
right now it's actually kind of hard for me to even see what I'm looking at on the little belts. So like, yeah, spend a little bit extra time, pop these out, pop the, like, this kind of continues all the way around, so the top of them should be highlighted too. Like, it's just gonna add a little more readability, okay? Because right now, like, if we look at this guy, right, the guy on the left, okay, I get what you're trying to do, where you're like, focus on these parts, like these are the important parts, but we still want enough, because they're figures and they're three-dimensional, like, right, like we want to push a little bit here just to give, you know, some readability to it. Don't let it get lost completely. But actual the color, like color and ambience wise, man, I really like it. It's really cool. I would maybe consider doing something else with the base transition. Try and like make it a little more interesting. I would either do something more interesting, or I would do the like curve where it's like it's not even there, you know. All right. Weird, it didn't jump. No, you jerk. All right. Baby stapler. I'm in the early stages of this piece for Nova. I'm doing a Sin City film noir black and white vibe and putting a tiny bit of color for the cigarette, not in the image. The backdrop is a cobblestone alleyway with buildings on both sides. I was planning on having it lit from streetlights from the front side of the bust. Would you suggest the right side? Oh, Jesus. What? Would you suggest the right side so the left side will have more darkness to contrast with the lit cigarette? Anything else should incorporate or avoid in this piece? Anything else I should incorporate? Whoa! That sentence was something. Okay. Let me talk film noir. Film noir vibe, backdrop, alright? Let's look. Oh, hold on, actually. Let's switch to this camera real fast, because I'm going to look up things from Sin City. Hi, Michael Paints Minis. Hello. So, where's the one of Marv, like, trying to find the image of Marv, like, on the alleyway. Where he's, like, doing parkour around the alleyway. Looking up pictures. Actually, this is a good picture. Oh, yeah, here we go. Can I use this photo? Can we look at this one? Yes, we can. All right. So, we're looking at like something extremely stylized here, right? And sort of the point I want to try and make is just like the simplification and big shapes that you sort of see when you're talking about like a style like this, whether it's film noir or actual like Sin City, the comic book. Like just the thing that's really most important is silhouettes, okay?
So when you're trying to achieve a style like this, right, which could be very, I've seen some people try it and some people have been pretty successful, some other people less so. When you're trying to achieve this sort of like film noir kind of ultra high contrast style, the most important thing is silhouettes. Okay, so that's everything. When we come back and look at your drawing, right? Where is it? I'm probably not going to paint over. We're just going to talk about this, right? Let's look at your drawing. There's just like way too much going on in the background, right? Like the number one thing you should be trying to achieve in this piece is creating a silhouette between this cat, I guess. I guess it's a cat or a hamster. I don't know. I think it's a cat though. Like creating a silhouette. So the background should purely function as a way to silhouette the character. Okay? You can put some detail in it, but do not put so much detail in it that like it detracts from the figure itself. Okay? Now, if you're going to do like a light from the cigarette, that's fine. You can do a light from like behind, especially when you're dealing with a backdrop. Now is like, this is your opportunity to use like rim lighting and stuff to achieve this sort of effect. Okay? So you can create like a rim light here, and the rim light will work better because you have limited viewing angles from the backdrop. But yeah, my general thought, like the alleyway, totally unnecessary. It's like almost completely not viewable. In fact, it creates this kind of annoying like dagger, like triangle pyramid shape behind him. It's just could it be like that pirate that was at W? You mean My Pirate? Oh, different one. I was like, I thought you were talking about My Pirate. I was like, what? Black and white pirate bust in the rain. I don't know if I saw that one. But yeah, like simplify, okay? 100%. Simplify. Make it keep it simple, stupid. Okay? Just work on the black and white, getting the shapes right, nailing the silhouette, then you can add some detail where you need it, but the most important thing should just be keeping it simple. Okay? So, background, way too complicated, right? I don't even know why you need like the sky and the moon or anything like that. Okay? Totally unnecessary. Way too much detail in the alleyway and stuff. Don't need this like vanishing point perspective or anything like that. Just look at Sin City art as reference and just how simplified it is. Okay? So that's my advice to you. Where are we at? Who's next? Laurent Lamp. Hello, Eric. I exhibited this bust at WME. Congrats. Thanks. I was surprised to win a nice prize. However, I'm not totally satisfied with the OSL on the hat. It was not easy because the green light source is close to the face and the natural light source comes from behind. Can you give me your opinion on what is not working? Okay, sure. I actually think it works quite well in general. So the big question comes, how does light react to other colors? Okay, so you have a green light on a purple and magenta surface. All right. How much green does a magenta have in it? Like none. Okay, and purple, blue, really like none. Okay, so this skin has all kinds of colors in it. It's very grayish. Okay, the like whites reflect everything. Blacks basically reflect the way colors work. Right, is they absorb every other color of the visible spectrum and only reflect that one particular color. So the reason this can is green is blue, right? Blue and red and yellow. The blue is absorbing all the other colors but blue and only reflecting blue light back. The reason this is yellow is because it's absorbing all the green light, or it's absorbing all the red light and only reflecting like the yellow part of the spectrum back. If you think about your TV is made up of green, red, and blue pixels. You combine green and is it green and blue, right? No, green and blue is cyan. Green and red makes yellow? Yeah. Yeah, dude, I gotta use it as reference. So, light is additive, paint is subtractive. Okay. Certain colors do not reflect as much as others. Shyla Deigel, hello. Welcome, thanks for following. So, different lights, different materials, they shine and absorb certain lights. WJ Owen, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Okay. Well, now that you're a Prime sub, you can join the Discord and you can submit your work to Feedback Friday, and then you can always watch it on YouTube later. So, different colors, like I said, reflect differently. Okay. So this is going to be much less. Now, I say that, but if I take this can, right? Let's switch to this camera. Okay. If I take this can and I hold this bottle up to it, you can see just how much it's like absorbing. So what is happening here, right? What if I hold up the red? What color does it turn? Maybe it's better if I use this camera. Let's grab something red and reflect it in it. Okay. Right. If I reflect this in the blue, what color is it? What's the color of the reflection? Is it? I was like, it doesn't look, that's red. Let's put it like right in the middle of the two. Look what happens to it, right? On the silver, it's a nice bright red. And then once we cross into the blue, dude, it's like black. Okay. Here we can do it with like a longer thing. So you can see it. Like, that thing is gone. Okay? Now, that's not to say it can't pick up any other color. Because what color is a flame, right? So orange, let's grab an orange. This is roughly flame colored, right? Look at how much this just disappears in the blue. Okay, can you see that? It's gone, dude. It's black, right? Can you guys see that? That this paint bottle just is like black in here. Okay. Weird, right? What about the flame? Hello. But that's reflecting, right? So what's happening? Ooh, so this is where it gets complicated. All right, this is rough. Okay, so here we can start to see like that this is showing some orange, but what you're seeing is a reflection of the light source off the glossy surface off the glossy surface of the can. Okay, so you're seeing like an actual reflection, but you will see that more of the orange, the red reflects the orange, or the orange light reflects the red parts of the can more intensely than it does the blue. Okay, so the blue paint absorbs the orange, so it doesn't like diffuse across the surface, but the actual light source will reflect off of the blue. The specular reflection will reflect off of the blue part of the can. Okay? So all's that to say is we need to think about what kind of material this is. Will we see like a diffused OSL across this colored material, or will we only see specular reflections? All right. So chat. Which one is it? Will we see diffused green light across this magenta? Does magenta have green in it? Yes, all materials have fabric also has specular reflections. Okay, let's go back. Hold on, we'll go back to me. I'll turn this light off. Okay, is my shirt black? My shirt's black. That means it absorbs every wavelength of light, right? Trying not to light my shirt on fire here, but you should be able to see like some orange reflecting off my black shirt. I mean, you can see the window reflecting in my shirt from over here, right? So, even cotton has like specularity to it. Okay. Yeah. I'm not trying to light myself on fire. It's fine. Okay. So only specular reflections on the on these parts, all right, and no, so they should be much smaller, all right, and more intense. Well, that is a very long, complicated way to say that like these reflections of the green in these magenta parts should be like much more, yeah. Think of them almost like the final spot reflections of a non-metallic metal. They should be like much more concentrated. Okay. I hope that was helpful, and that was very long-winded, but yeah. So there we go. All right, one more, and then I'm going to take another quick break. Rico. Hold on. I have a question about that, if you don't mind. Why a colored plastic doesn't reflect light the same way as a colored metal? Is it because on a micro level the metal will be smoother even? Metal is effed up in general. Plastic does, yeah, like metal and not dielectric materials, so anything that is not metal, work quite differently. Metal, the shinier it is, basically all you see is reflections, where and then there's some like filter over top of this, so there's like multiple things happening on this can, where if I took like the blue lid of like Or if I took like a plastic handle that is blue, like it would work the same way, right? Like let's switch to this real quick, turn the light off, right? Like this is a blue handle. You will only see, where am I? So you really only see the specular reflection in the blue, okay? It doesn't like create a like diffused light across the blue, all right? All right, Rico. This is my first time posting here. I'd like the feedback to improve. Greatly appreciate it. All right. I mean, this is nice. Yeah, this is cool. I've met Rico before. I've seen his pieces in hand before. They're quite good. Okay. What do we think we could improve? What do we think would be the biggest improvements on this? I like the colors of the teeth and stuff. The fabric is pretty nice. The blue is a little interesting because you're trying to do this sort of rim light effect. Okay. But there's a few spots where I feel like it's missing. All right. So let's grab this sort of blue color that you've got here. Let's think about some places where it would be like a little more intense, right? Probably quite a bit. This blue light is going to show up most in shadows when we're talking about like it coming from one side, right? Because as the main light source hits it, it's going to drown this out because it's a weaker light, okay? So it does tend to wrap a little, right? But then light, this is called, am I about to explain the Fresnel effect? Jesus. Okay, so this is the quick and dirty of the Fresnel effect. Basically, the Fresnel effect works this way. As a light source starts to become more perpendicular, like as you start to look at a volume close to its perpendicular tangent, right? So as you're like looking at the horizon of a shape, so basically for us that would be like the side of his head, okay? If there is a light source from behind, that light source appears more intense on the edge. Basically there is a foreshortening effect that happens, and the light, the reflection of the light on a smooth plane becomes more clear. Imagine looking at a lake. Okay, you're looking at a lake, right? Here's a lake. Well, if you look straight down at the water, you can kind of see through it, okay? But if you look as the lake starts to become more on the horizon, if there's like a mountain over here or something, that mountain, the reflection of the mountain or the trees or whatever on the like very flat part of the lake, as it becomes more parallel to your view, right, the reflection becomes more clear, okay? And reflections are just light. So all of that to say is, when you're doing a rim light, you actually, if you want to achieve a rim light effect, the rim light is more intense than it would actually appear. So this is why it's very difficult to paint a convincing rim light, because if you were to literally have this as a light source, yeah, it's spelled Fresnel. If you were literally to have a light source like lighting up this figure, as you turned and looked at it from the side, it would be weaker. Okay, the like rim light would be less intense. All right. Now, that also means things like on the ear, it should be a little stronger, right?
So it is a illustrative effect that you're achieving, right? And you have to make that, so sometimes you have to make concessions to make this work in 3D. They are not perfect, okay? You cannot pull off this effect perfectly, or it's just impossible due to the way that light actually physically works. It's just like non-metallic. Like non-metallic is not, it's not physically possible to paint a perfect non-metallic that works from every angle. Rim lights are the exact same way. Okay? So you have to do your best to make it work. And it's just going to work better from some angles than others. Like really all painting on miniatures sort of works that way, because unless you're, you know, relying on the shininess of the paint to create highlights, like highlights also move and change depending on the angle of the viewer. So it's impossible to represent perfect highlights from every single angle. Light, bro. It's just how it works. All right. So anyways, all of that to say, I would suggest like working on the rim light a little more. Okay. I would make it a little bigger, if that's what you're going to do. My other thing would be in the eyes. The eyes, I think you could make them a little more interesting, right? So they could be like a little more rounded. Okay. So I think they're a little small. And yeah, little blacker in the middle here. Gives some depth to the eyes. What else? I mean, the hair's pretty good. The forehead's pretty good. I like the skin tone variation that you got going on. I maybe would have used more of this like grayish sort of tone that you have here, like in his mouth. You went like a bit green, which I think kind of works, but maybe a little more of this gray could also help. But I don't know, in general, I think it's quite nice. But yeah. Okay. All right, real quick, gonna take a quick break. It's been a little over 2 hours, so I'm gonna take a quick break and I will be right back and we will continue on. So Rico, we already did one by you. Can't do two. So we looked at one. Mirage Builds, Lucas, your turn. I would love some general feedback on my Corpicali drow. I know there are some shapes that need to be defined better. This is how I got so far. Thank you, edit. Sorry for the Discord hating my image quality. Included finished pics further down in the chat. Okay. Let's jump. Let's see if we can find it. This one? Okay. Here we go. Nice. I like it. I think it's really cool. Yeah, this is good. What do you guys think? I think it's quite nice overall. Huh? Would you agree? I think it's pretty strong. Drow. Look at that cast shadow. Where would he have gotten that from? Where could he have possibly seen that? All right. So the biggest thing. Yeah, it's painted on. And yes, this is definitely taken from mine. The biggest thing I'm seeing, all right, there's two things that stand out to me. Number one thing I see is there's a little too much tan, okay? And by tan, I mean like we need to vary some elements a little bit. So like your gold is pretty good. It's getting a little close to the fur color. And the bone is also really close to the fur color. The one that I see in particular that's kind of messing with me is the troll. Okay, so we've got troll hair and fur that are like they're too similar. Okay, what is that? H Jam, hello, and Nawakitsu, hello, welcome. All right, so I would try and vary these up. Okay. So one thing we can do is like you've got this nice brownish tone here. So I'm going to make just like a multiply layer. Let's do, I haven't done this all day, so let's do it real fast. All right, we're going to take this and we're going to make it black. What the heck? Why did it not do it to the whole layer? Oh, because I have it set to multiply. Let's do it as a set color layer just to pull the color out. So now when we look at this, right, we can start to see that like some of this is like a little too similar. All right. I tried cast shadows a few times. I always rebase coated them thin down with my tears of fit. So if we look at this, right, we can start to see that, yeah, there's like between the skull and the leather and the fur, some of these shapes are getting a little lost. Okay, so let's turn this off. Let's go into here and we'll set this to a multiply. And we'll take a nice brownish color. All right. And let's add a little bit of color depth to the fur. Okay, like you highlighted quite a lot, and I think you maybe went like a little overboard. All right, so if we do this, we start to create, like, I've created something different to the bone and something different to the actual leather, but we create a new tone and value, so the local value of the fur is now slightly darker than the bone now. Okay, so there's a more clear separation between the two. We can still have like that super intense pure highlight towards the end, but we create something a little differentiated in there. All right. The same sort of applies to the, right, like get some brown kind of in here. You can do this through like glazes or whatever, right? We're trying to just like distinguish that a little bit more, okay? So now if we put this back on top, we should be able to see that there's like an actual value separation now. See, like look at the difference here.
there's like an actual value separation now between the fur and the skulls. Okay. The other thing is like the troll. Okay, so the troll, I think choosing like something completely different would work here. Like maybe instead of like brown, like we've got sort of these bluish tones. We could play around with some like cool blue sort of colors in the troll's hair, right? He's a fantasy creature. We can create something a little different, right? And this dark color, okay, is going to help create some distinction between, like, we're going to create some contrast between the troll's skin and the hair, okay? Because you got a light color and then a dark color, all right? So we can use this like dark bluish tone to create something different and again to further distinguish it from and it's gonna create a little more focus on the face here while creating some visual distinction from the rest of the fur. Okay. Now we can come back and take some of this like bluish tone here and use this as like a highlight color, you know, something like this. And we can create some like highlights on the hair, you know, something like this to give, again, bring out some of the readability and shapes. But yeah, we're playing around in our color scheme, but creating further variation, right? So if you look at the before and after between this and this, right, you can see that there's now like visual distinction between the two. Okay. So always trying to like create some contrast there. Another one I think is like you went too far on the mushrooms, right? So like because they're lower on the visual hierarchy of things we want you to look at, I think you can darken them down a little bit more. Okay, they're not like a main point of interest, so we can like lower this down a little bit, kind of like over highlighting them to the point where they're like standing out too much. Okay, maybe even including some of this like reddish tone that you have in the leathers could be nice. Is another way to like add some visual interest to them. Reuse some of that red that you've used elsewhere and create some, so it's like they have a lower overall value but they have now some color in them. All right, so anytime I use a color like this red or something, I'm always saying like where can I reuse that besides just the skin and the leather. Like there's some in the skin which is really good, but yeah, I can find like another place to use that. Okay. Yeah, the actual like base is pretty nice. I like the overall dark tone to things. I think you could maybe make the hair pop out a little bit more, just like push it just a tiny bit further. Okay. Like this should be like the brightest thing. Okay, his like white hair. So sometimes like overdoing it just a little bit more, you know, I think could be nice. Like also like popping out a really bright highlight on the teeth is another one.
And if you're going with like a warm or cool highlight, like whatever your white of your scene is, but yeah, I would try and pop those out a little bit more. I like this. I think you could maybe put a little more color into the steel, but I think it's generally okay right now. And yeah, I think that's sort of the main things. Another one here is maybe don't overdo this bounce light. Bounce light should be pretty subtle. Okay. Yeah. Cool. This is also maybe a little too intense. I would consider on the boot, because this is another part that's like not super interesting. We can darken this down a little bit. Let that just be a darker value, you know? Same with like this, right? Like really like this is gonna make the like metallic trim stand out a little more by just like letting this be this black leather just be a little darker overall. So creating some yeah, some further value distinction, you know, will help give like some more readable shapes, because this is a very like there's a lot of details going on in this figure, and we want some shape going on, right? So you can see just by like where I've added like shadows and stuff, we've created some more value distinction, value contrast between materials. Okay? Is that helpful, Lucas? A lot of things to keep track of on a figure like this. But good job. It's a cool figure. And a neat interpretation of it. Thomas, I'd like some general feedback on the bust. I wanted to get a more natural look for the face and make it look like she's spending a lot of time outdoors. So went with something a bit tanned and a pretty warm light overall. I tried to keep the color palette tight, but maybe it ended up being a bit too blue. Okay. Oops. Yeah. Face I think is pretty good. I don't think it's too blue. There's a couple little value errors here and there, but we can fix those. So when you're stuck in a very like limited palette like this, look, we'll do it again. Look, here's another opportunity to do the thing that we just did. Okay. What do we feel about the general sort of value separation here? Okay. Everything kind of became a bit samey, other than the sword and the face, right? Everything's sort of samey. Yeah. Yes, no, yes. I think so. Yeah. So what do we need to adjust? Okay. Well, one thing's for certain, some of the shadows on the face are a little bizarre. Like, if you've got that light that's strong enough coming this way, probably more of her neck would be in shadow. This sort of greenish here is a little weird. But one thing that'll definitely help, okay, is like, let's look at this. This is supposed to be a paler tone,
Okay.
This is supposed to be white, this is supposed to be a darker blue, but over here it's sort of become the same. So we need to generally just lighten this more. All right, so we're gonna make an add layer. We're gonna take like a light, this sort of pale color, and we're just gonna overall like increase the light. Whoa, not that much. Okay, so we're gonna bring this up. All right. Same thing over here. These shadows, they're too dark for what's supposed to be a white material. All right. So we're gonna bring that up too. So now you can clearly see that it's like a different value for this like inner part of the shirt. Okay. Let's do the same thing to the bandana. All right, so maybe it's like a white bandana. So we can increase the overall value of the bandana. Something like this. Then we can make this all lighter. So we're creating like something distinct and different. Okay. I'm gonna tone this down just a little bit. Something like there. All right, so now we should be able to see that like we've already, the difference between this and this is like we're creating more value contrast between materials. Yeah? Okay. Then we can play around with other stuff, like we could do something like, now we could come back to this blue and maybe do some sort of like patterning or something. You know, let's make this like a multiply. I don't know what, right? I'm just going to like draw something, you know, something like this, and then maybe some circle, whatever, right? Who knows what sort of pattern this is? Doesn't matter, right? But you can create some sort of freehand or something here to make this more interesting. You know.
Hello.
Right, so that there's lots of little stuff we can do. So we can create more interest that way. And that seems to be like sort of the big thing for me that I'm seeing. I think probably could push the light on the shoulder a little more. I get this is supposed to be like a rougher metal, but like we could probably have some of this pop out a little bit more to sort of match the sword. It's not as intense as the sword, but if the light's coming in from this way, maybe we want a little more shine on the shoulder there. Maybe a little more shine on like this edge, just to make these sort of stand out. Right, so we can add a little shine here. You know, create some further contrast on some of these metal bits, just so they're clear. I'm going to rework the sword hilt a little here. Okay. So yeah, all these little touches are gonna like create some more visual contrast
And then, yeah, we can grab some of that blue and bring that in. Like I said, I get this is supposed to be a darker metal, but if it's really, like, the sun is so bright, dude, that you will get some of these, like, shines. So now, hopefully, we can see, like, yeah, there's more, like, value contrast sort of throughout the materials, and some of the materials are a little more clear. There's a lot going on, like with all her belts and stuff. I don't think it's like super important to go like crazy on those. I actually like how you've rendered the belts. They're not, it's not like too busy and noisy there. The leather is also pretty good on the glove, right? And yeah, I think the face is pretty good. If there's some parts that I think could be like a little cleaner. I think like some of don't want that as an ad. Like maybe not overdoing some of the smirk. Connecting some of these to make her face a little more angular in some spots. And then if you want to do a bounce light from her hair, it should be based on the color of her hair. Okay? Again, you're trying to do like the slightly more grayish towards the bottom, but that's less prominent on women than it is on men. So if you want to like create some bounce light, like you should consider what sort of color the hair is and how that's going to affect the bounce light on her face. Right? So this might be a little strong. Like I said, you should always make the bounce lights pretty subtle. So now you should see like a little more shape here. Okay? You also have these like small little bumps sort of in the corner of the mouth. All right. Okay. Cool. What is that? Neil Miniatures. Hello. Thanks for following. Welcome, welcome. All right. What do we got? What do we got? Who's next? Why does it always jump to like right there? It's so weird. Parish. Been working on the same model for some time. Really can't. Oh, and I can't really say I can understand the lighting for the skin. Sometimes I make it too pink, sometimes too bright. I can't find the correct colors and values. I'm trying to implement your way of less is more, and still the musculature values gives me a headache. I don't think this is bad. It looks pretty good. I think the colors are quite nice, honestly. When it comes to musculature on women, like it's always best to err on the side of less, right? So if we were to look at her abdominals, like I think the general placement of lights and renderings, there's problems on the face, but like the chest and arm looks pretty good. Some of this is too much, right? So depending on how like simplify this, like these highlights are too intense. Okay, so we're gonna tone this back some, right? Like women don't tend to be this like shredded. Okay, I mean some of them are, but this sculpt, she, even as a boxer, like I doubt we would see that level of
of definition, okay? Where you have these like sharp lines. So my suggestion is just to soften it out slightly, right? Avoid these like trying to add these like pure white highlights here. They don't make too much sense from the angle we're looking at, and just generally like soften the shape a little more. Then we can come in with maybe some of this and like start to define the rib cage a little bit, right? Separate that, separate this so it's like tucked in. Obviously that side is this side over here where you've kind of got these sorts of tones. Okay, we can go a little bit darker in the, because we want to use this color, right? This is like shadow here. So the shadow side of her arm, the shadow side of her rib cage here. So this should be darker, like the arm over here. And then like, yeah, you can tuck in that rib cage a little bit more. Get something like that, right? Right. Okay. Now, on the face, we need highlights. This is where you actually need highlights, okay? So these are quite grayish. Let's try and warm these up a little bit. Push them, push. Okay, so face, forehead, right? Based on the lighting direction, nose, eye here, cheekbone, upper lip, Cupid's bow, and then this sort of connects down like this. Okay, you have a little bump here typically. Right. And then what? Then we have to soften it out. So now I'll grab a color in between, something like this light yellow that you have. And then we need to soften these into each other. Except the nose one. The nose one doesn't need it that much. Okay, you can see like the now with highlights, right? Right. Okay, so if we're trying to push the highlights into the face. Okay. Another little thing here when you're talking about like these sort of shadow colors, like if there's a shadow coming across her nose like this, right? There should probably be a shadow of her neck. I think people don't tend to think about like that this shadow should come a little around a little more on the side of the face. But yeah. Okay. Okay. Coolio. All right, we're after the Pitbull memes. Declan.
Not bad, not bad. Pretty good. I like the blue tones in the whites. Really nice. Ryo, hello. Thanks for following. Yeah, the blue tones in the shadows really good. Like showing up in the metallics and the white, like the more neutral colors. Quite nice. Showing up underneath in the skin tones and stuff. I think it could do more in the snow. So like what I would do is I would take some of that. You've got this like nice blue color that sort of shows up in here, right? We break this into here. I like to do something like this where I take the airbrush. Alright, so we'll grab an airbrush and we'll make this like a multiply layer. I can see you've done it maybe like a little bit, but I think you can go a little heavier on the vignetting. I'm gonna go large on this. Right, so we can do stuff like this where we reduce the light like on the lower portions, okay, like under him. Because like this stuff at the bottom of the plinth isn't very interesting, you know. So like, let's look. Okay. So between that and that, right? This is gonna help. There's so much white down here that it really distracts from the figure itself. Okay, so you can see like the difference between this where it's like, whoa, look at all this snow, and this is like, oh, okay, yeah, there's snow, right? Can you guys see that? Which one's more appealing? You don't have to just agree with me, but I think that the bit more shadows here makes the overall focus of the figure a little better. All right. Outside of that, yeah, face is pretty good. Color scheme wise, I think it's pretty strong. I think one of the weird ones for me is maybe the green is a bit much. Like I like this green a little more than this green. It's maybe a little, I guess you're going for a goldish color, something. I don't know, it's very green over there on the sword hilt, which might be pulling away from the figure a little bit. Volumes and stuff are rendered quite well. I think the worst part is the hair. Like this is a bit of a, I think this is a bit of a mess. I think this is like, I don't know what's going on. It's a little too much. It's just lacking some shape. Like go back to the Blood Bowl Viking that we talked about. Same principles apply to the fur here, right? Where it's like, oh, I didn't even see there was a skull here because the fur and stuff is getting a little too samey. Like this fur is not bad, but this is just like too rough. Okay. Need like the overall shape of it defined first, and then you start to define like the individual strands and tufts. Metallics are pretty good. Face is pretty nice. I think maybe we could use like a little more overall shape here. Let's put it on a new layer. Like a little more rounded. These like old, like what long snout kind of orcs, the Paul Bonner kind of orcs. I think it's really easy to like overdo the like micro volumes of the face. So I would try and
start a little more subtle and then build your way up through like highlights and stuff instead of trying to add like shadows to all of them. You might find that makes it a little easier, right? So like which difference between this and this, it's like gives like a little more overall shape to the face. And yeah. Leather's also pretty good, but could use some like volume to the actual leather. So something just like that, right? Gives you some like that cylindrical volume. So don't just, you know, work on the edge. Also consider like the general shape to the leather. Same with the tusks, right? They should have like a general shape to them. They are getting lost in texturing and detail and not enough in like the primitive volume, right? So you come back and you bring like a highlight in and you highlight the ridge a little more to like get that cylindrical shape in there. Okay? But really cool. Really nice. Keep pushing, kid. You're gonna do incredible stuff. OP minis. Okay. So some kind of duel, I think. Doing some dual action. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. This is a little weird. In general, that's pretty nice though. So I would have liked to seen more angles of this. Because I'm worried that this giant pillar kind of limits the like viewing opportunities of this piece. Also, he feels like dangerously close to the edge. So there's like this concept of bleed, right, in graphic design and trying to avoid tangents too much. So if we draw like straight up this, okay, you typically want to try and avoid things like this, where it's like this lines up perfectly with like the edge of the base. I don't know how much there's fixing this at this point, but I think they could be closer together. There's a bit of a gulf here, okay? And like the visual weight of the piece is obviously supposed to be the interaction between these two, okay? And right now it feels like there's like a little too much space in between. All right. I would bring them in a little more. Okay, like I would bring them a little closer together. Right, so it's like he just slashed at him with his knife. He's like, rah, he's going for a cut, right? And this dude's like jumping out of the way, and then he's getting ready to shoot his gun, right? So he's like
tried to sweep at him with the knife. He hopped away, right? So it helps like tell the story. Right now it feels like they're more like in a standoff kind of thing than like that there's this like action going on. There's just like too much room in between them. In terms of the painting, like I think the painting is quite nice. I can't say like half an inch or whatever, but like 20% closer or something, you know, like you move him like to here and you move him to like here, right? Now they've drawn a million squiggles all over this, but yeah, they just need to be closer together. In terms of like color scheme and stuff, I think it's quite good. What I would have done probably to help tie them together a little more is I think like maybe I would have done his like, oops. I think I would have done maybe like his gem in this sort of like more pinkish color, maybe his eyes, so that they like share a little more colors between them. Because like I love this. Like reusing that color from him on his eyes and on his like little bottle thing is really smart, right? It helps like tie this color scheme together a little bit more. So I think you maybe could have found a way to use like his main color element somewhere on him, right? In terms of like the painting, yeah, we kind of touched on these feathers like super early in the in the stream, but like sometimes I think you can kind of overdo this where it's like you overdo the darks a little too much and then it jumps like straight into the highlights and you kind of miss some of these like values in between. Okay. You start to lose some of them, you know. I can tell that you spent more time on this thing than you did on some other parts. So like this is way chunkier than like this thing, you know? Like your gray highlights here are a bit chunky. So like I would try and like thin these out a little bit. You come back with like the dark gray or whatever to clean them up, right? I would even add like another highlight to them, so something like this, right? Just on the corners or something to try and give a little more definition to some of this. Okay, it doesn't need a lot, but it can be just this little touch to add some more sharpness. Some more sharpness to these, you know? To these blacks. Helps those shapes read a little better. Hello. And then the last thing I would say about this, like without, you know, nitpicking everything like crazy, is I would try and get some of the greenish tones like into the steels. Okay. I can see you did a little like here, but like this could be brighter, right? You could really take like a color like this and on the bottom edge, like really get that. But you get some of these like subtle greens like in the knife blade, right? So a little more nuancy, right? But really cool. Really nice. I think the blue also, right? So this like
turquoisey blue. I see like a really nice highlight, but like, yeah, you could push and get back to the painting the brush, right? Here on like some of these, right? Just like these couple little spots just to really like make that armor shine a little, you know? Like this is not clean enough. Competition, baby. But yeah, I'm nitpicking at certain things, but yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, the baits just bring it together. You close adding feedback pieces at some point. I deleted some previous posts and added a new one with fresh photos. I'm trying to get through them all that we're at today. If we're like really low down, like people that are posting now will probably cut off. Like how many more do we have to get through? Quite a lot. We might have to continue on later. Stop posting, Dean. So, who's next? Sable Corgi. Alright, in progress model with completed armor skin, mostly complete sword. Interested in feedback on improving what is there and suggestions on color for remaining parts. I think my biggest errors are not having darker red armor to help sell the hot body, failing to make fire visually distinct from the body, and cutting those off. What? Okay, I'm just gonna take a look. Too much explanation. Let me just see the figure. All right. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, you guys know what I'm gonna say, right? What's the first thing I'm gonna say about this one? No. The definition's okay right now. There's something about the flames, and it drives me crazy. Don't understand it. I'll never understand it. Yeah, boy, flames aren't black. Okay, so yeah, the darkness at the tip doesn't make any sense. I don't like it. I've never understood it. It's like, if it's smoke, cool. If it's flames, doesn't make any sense. Okay, so first thing, get rid of that. That is terrible. Okay, so you need more orange. Okay, so instead of black tip flames, right? Flames are light. They don't have black in them. Okay. So no black. Okay. That's going to make them visually distinct from the body. All right. So the body has will have black in it because it's supposed to be like this, like coals kind of effect. This like magma sort of like deep color. Now what I would do on this is you're trying to push like all the way really bright. I would actually tone it down some. And this is like reverse highlighting, okay? So if we want this to look more intense, the glow from the inside, all right, what do we have to do? We have to darken the surrounding areas more. Okay, so if we want this to look really glowy, we have to make some of this darker. All right, so I'm going to go through these like intense oranges and stuff and get rid of any of the yellow that's like on the actual muscle part. Okay. So the only where we're going to see like that bright yellow is in between the muscles. And I darken it more to like this dark reddish brown that you're kind of using. Okay, make this visually distinct from the flames. All right, we can go like all the way down to black, or like a near black. All right, and that's going to make him start to look glowier. Okay, then we come back with some of the like orangish tone, and we'll have to like create some more glow from in between. So just like the parts, it's like just like highlighting but in reverse. Okay, so what I want is like some of the areas where it looks like it's really facing at me. All right, that's where I'm going to like have this white be most intense. So like maybe in some of here where the rib cage is, right? Like I can have this part be a little more intense and maybe some of the parts down here be a little more subtle. So sort of where these parts meet, right? Okay, we're trying to see the difference between this and this. Yours was too noisy. This is more clear, right? And this looks more like he's glowing from the inside. So creating that contrast to the glow. Now the sword's sort of the same thing. You're going to yellow too fast. You don't have enough of the like intense orange that you would see in like a glow, like a hot metal, right? So go look. My suggestion is to go look at like red hot metal, and you will see that there's quite a bit of orange in there. And even some reddish tones. Where red doesn't really tend to show up much in like actual fire. You tend to go through like the oranges to these deep oranges. Like red hot metal does tend to get like a bit reddish. Okay. And then you can darken this down even more and have like where this is starting to cool, right? It starts to get a little darker. So wherever it's hottest, right? It's like hottest towards the center. Yeah. Okay. I think this is supposed to be more like magma dripping from his arm. I'm not sure. Not super familiar with this figure, but okay. So that's the big things for me. The metal's pretty cool. I like the kind of hammered texture effect. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, but like work on this flame, okay? The flames themselves, there's too much like muddiness showing up in here. Like this, see where this is like starting to look green? All right. Like you got to get that bright, boy. So if you got to come back and base coat it with white so that you can get to these like super light yellows. This is where the flame and like his body should be the brightest at the like the core of the flame, okay? So this is where you start to use like the pure white colors. If you want to look, we can look at, where is he? I gotta go way back. Hey, Vulcan, right? Like where it starts to get centralized, right? Where the flame starts to emit is where we get like the brightest part. And you can see on my flames, I don't go to pure, I don't go to black. It doesn't, it's just not a thing, right? Not a thing. Swami Alex, what can I do for you? Eric, sorry for the poor picture. I can't stop my eye from destroying my blends. This is the only way that it doesn't completely change the paint job. Last time I got some critiques for my basics, so I really tried to keep the lighting consistent and the edges sharp. So technical errors I'm missing, or what should I work on? Well, I don't know. Let's find out. Looks pretty good to me. The blending is pretty good. Yeah, it's getting there. This is pretty rough. Okay, it's a little too scratchy. But like some of this looks quite nice. So the next thing I would say for you, next big thing, ooh, I can see you're trying to do like a freehand trim here. All right. Learn to paint in the negative, okay? So when you're doing a trim like this, come back. The way to fix this is to come back with the gray, right? And you clean it up by painting the negative, okay? Bam. Clean edge, okay? The other thing I see is, yeah, see like this, the NMM's pretty rough. So focus on just like getting some nice sharp lines, some of these areas, right? You'll get through this, but this is, yeah, I try and like always focus on the planes that are like reflecting to the viewer and being consistent with the placement of those. Like if there's a bright highlight here on the finger, shouldn't actually the brightest part of the power fist, if it's metal, be on top? And then like trying to clean up and create some separation here. So the other thing I see is you tend to, you're black lining, but your black lining is a little thick. Okay, so like don't overdo shadows so much to the point where like they turn black. All right, we want to see that edge. Okay. I'm losing detail in whatever's going on here.
I don't know. Is this supposed to be a Carcharodon? He is, right? Yeah, because there's the shark. Oh, you want some lore information? Huh? And some lore facts? So, when you have a Space Marine symbol, and it has a head of some kind, 9 out of 10 times or more, let's say 95 to 99% of the time, when you have a chapter symbol that has a head, they always turn, when they swap the shoulder for the first company to the right shoulder pad for like Terminators or whatever, they flip the emblem. Okay, so like things like Iron Hands, where it's a hand, right, and it's like whatever it is, they don't flip the hand, or the Imperial Fist logo, like it doesn't flip when it goes to the other side. It's always the same hand. But when it's something like the Space Sharks, when it's the Carcharodons or the Salamanders or whatever, they flip the emblem so that it's the face is facing forward. So, lore info for you, huh? Know my Space Marine iconography. Come at me, bro. Yeah, he's cool, man. It's going well. The rocks, I think you could add some more lights to the rocks. Maybe vary up the color a little bit. So what I think would help you a lot, right, is just learning to paint in the negative. So something like this belt buckle, right? Like where it got a little, you lost some sharpness, right? Come back with your initial gray and just like clean up the inside. It's easier to paint this like big gray area and get really sharp lines than it is to try and just like nail the really sharp line, right? So if you want like a super thin line in some of these spots, like taking this gray color and then just like cleaning it up, right? Erasing some of the line, you'll get like a really sharp edge. Use the point of the brush more, okay? Oftentimes when we paint, we use the brush. Hold on, come to me. Come to me. Do I have a big brush? Okay. We tend to paint like this, right? So we'll paint like this, and when we press, the brush flattens out, okay? But if you try and get the brush more perpendicular to the surface, you tend to paint with just the tip more, and you get less of that flattening, all right? So you get sharper lines this way, okay? But pretty cool. All right. Rico, we already went over one. Can submit them again next week, or next session if you want. Rui, I'm just going to talk about it because we've done probably, I don't feel like doing any paintovers. It looks great, man. Came out really nice. Snow looks awesome. I know you were complaining about the snow a little bit, like freaking out a little about getting the snow to work. I think it looks fantastic. Yeah, man, you're improving rapidly. What do you want me to say? It's really good. You going to Finn? You taking him to Finn? I think he's really solid. I wish you luck. I don't think you'll need it. I think it's great. Unless they just judge standard like ridiculously hard again for whatever reason. I actually talked to Andy about MPO.
we were chatting at MPO about, or not, we were chatting at World Model Expo about the judging at MPO. And I was like, you guys might have been a little tough on standard. But yeah, it is a great job. Really good. Like, check this out. Look at this. Look how good this cape is. Nice volumetric surface here. Some of this got a little messy down here, but I think it's all right. Yeah, dude, really good. Great job. This all looks cool. Nice. That is entering standard, I believe. He is yet to get a golden standard, as far as I'm aware. All right. Timbo. Still just pottering around on this guy. So don't know. Not familiar with that one. Struggling a bit in areas with the orange flesh and transitioning between yellows and reds. Any feedback on the skin tones? Yeah, I guess a little bit. You don't have to get a golden standard to enter into Masters, but, you know, it's something I think he wants to do. He's trying to climb that ladder, baby. I respect it. Okay, so when you're talking about these reds, so we can start to shift into some of the, we can start to shift into some of these more like magenta skin tones, but we need to shift to a bit more like wine red sort of things. So some of these like desaturated red colors, and then we can start to like include some of these reds in the, like things like the elbows and stuff. Right, so we can start to like shift this way, so you get like a bit more like a pinky flesh tone. Okay, so you have the oranges, but then you shift a little more reddish in some of these areas. Same with like on the face, like we want to shift into, you did it a bit around the eyes, but I think maybe it's got like a little too pink, like you're using too much white. It's a little too purpley. So, I think you went a little overboard here. I would bring back a little bit of the orange. All right, the lips, yeah, they're not as bad, but I think the eye sockets got like a little too much. And then, yeah, I think you can bring in some more of these like reddish tones around like the nose. And then you have to re-highlight it. Right, but you don't want it to be like a sudden change. Okay, this is the mistake I see when people do like try and do, especially on goblins, where you're shifting from like a green to a pinkish color. Like they make too abrupt of a change, and then it's just like really bizarre. Like the orc we looked at earlier with the ear, right? Where it just like suddenly shifts to gray. It's a little bizarre. All right, so try and make it a little more subtle. These are also a bit much to me. Like, if
it feels like he has like a skin disease instead of just some like, I don't know, blemishes. So I don't know what we're trying to do here, but like what story we're trying to tell with these things. But this is another one that I was like, I would tone this down a little, okay? Like this is just gross looking, so I would reduce it a little bit. Like, does he have smallpox, or is he just like got some skin blemishes? So you can put a little color in them, but not just like, don't go, you know, overboard. Leather looks pretty good. It's a little, scratches are a little too consistent. Okay, so when you do scratches, try and avoid, here, let me draw bigger. Try and avoid doing this. Okay. These like cracks and stuff, they can be like a little more jagged. Try and vary the length, try and vary the brightness, right? Like, you know, sometimes they skip, like you get some dots in the middle. Okay. I don't even know. Is this supposed to be leather or is this supposed to be metal? I think this is supposed to be metal. Just based on the way it's... looks like it's constructed. I could be wrong. And then here, we kind of talked about this on someone else's piece, but like I think you're going a little too dark here, right? You're like trying to overdo contrast specifically on like the skulls and stuff. So you're pushing like, this has more contrast to it than some of your non-metallics do. Okay? So, and I'm talking about value contrast. So like bring up the shadows on some of this stuff. All right? You do not need to go all the way to black on bone, right? There is such a thing as ambient light, and that ambient light is going to affect the color of your shadow, like the value of your shadows. So they have a tendency to overdo some of the shadows. Same with these. If they're supposed to be white wraps, they don't really look white to me. So bring the general value up a little bit, and then you define in between them. Okay? Steve, how close are we? We're getting that. These are like all new ones today. All right, I'm trying. We got, but I probably only have like an hour left. Stevie boy, let me see this thing. I finally have something I've completed for competition. I'm primarily interested in competing light sources and trying to integrate the two sources, and of course any other general feedback. Okay. Okay. So, Steve, you here? I know you were here earlier. All right, well, if you've disappeared, that's fine. You had to run off and do something. Inverse square law is in effect big time on this piece. This lantern, okay, is super close to certain elements, all right? So, this is too gradual of a fall off. This is too soft of a fall off, all right? We need
a much more dramatic fall off for this lantern because of the proximity to the object. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paint as an add layer with like a bright yellowish color, because that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with like a bright yellowy thing. So that means that the things closest to the lantern, right? One, I would just like blow out the lantern, because we can pick up the color of the lantern from other information, right? So just like make that bright, dude. Okay. Then let's consider that like this is going where it is absolute closest to the lantern is going to be way brighter. Okay, so anything around the lantern, like directly near the lantern, is going to be significantly more intense, and then it starts to like drastically fall off. Okay. So you should have this like sphere of influence just around the lantern itself. Then depending on like the reflectivity of some materials, you will get some like areas where you start to get like some brighter reflections. Specifically on any metallics are going to reflect much brighter than others, right? So like things like gold and stuff are going to reflect the lantern a lot more, right? But they're going to be like really small. Okay. But yeah, like her foot and stuff, this leg, like they're not going to get a whole lot of light on them. One thing I will say is I'm a little confused on like the color of her gown. Is it supposed to be white? If so, like it should be a little brighter in value overall than her skin. Okay, so we can do something like this. I'm going to take just like a gray and lighten this whole thing up a little bit. Like if it's supposed to be a white dress, then it should be lighter than her skin, right? Right now it feels like basically the same value. Okay, that might have seemed like a subtle thing, but yeah, it changes the feeling of it. Okay. Yeah, the weird lantern thing in the back is, or whatever, jellyfish, whatever the heck this thing is, I don't know what it is. It's just Kingdom Death stuff, you know? Is interesting. Yeah. So, yep, all this would be, like, quite bright. And then that light falls off really fast. Cool. Face, the light on the face is a little odd because I think we're dealing with like a underlighting situation here. Man, this is tough, like especially on a small face like this. Like how much light do you bring from the lantern? Can the lantern even like see her face from here? I would probably cheat some in just because like it looks good. Maybe not that much. Tone this down a little bit. Yeah. So that's the big things for me. It's like One, the lantern, right? That lantern is going to be way more intense near the light source, and then it's going to fall off rapidly. Color-wise, I think you're pretty good. The hair is a little, could use some more strands in it. The floor is okay. Don't know what these things are. Weird KDM stuff. Yeah, cool. All right. Liam. I don't know why I jumped to that picture. Oh, just tapped it on accident. Okay. Lucius, I assume. I think this is Lucius the Eternal. I don't know. You guys tell me. I'm not into the Emperor's Children. Emperor's Children don't excite me very much. All right, Lucius, you committed a cardinal sin of NMM. Okay? Do not make two highlights the same intensity on the same plane unless it is an S-curve. Okay? Pick one spot and have that be more intense. Okay? Then you can introduce secondary highlights, but they can never be as big or as bright as the main. Alright? So this and this are the same. Don't do that. Okay? One should be more intense than the other. You missed yours. You gotta go back in time. I like the gold. The gold's nice. This is pretty good. This is a really hard shape, but you want to try and think of it as like a sphere first. It's super difficult shape, these sorts of things. Face needs more contrast. Here we need to push some of the shadows on the face a little more. It's also getting very gray. So a little more shadow in some area. He's got a crazy expression, like sell that expression, you know? Shadows in the ears. Right. This is okay. This is alright, I guess. Fabric's pretty good. Base is not so great. I would try out some weathering pigment powders or something. It looks pretty rough. It's also got some, like, lines to it. You guys see that? Don't know what happened. Don't know what happened there. The bottle's cool. Again, I think, like, some points of light, like, these couple more points of light just to, like, pop this stuff out just a little bit more. Gives a little more definition just on the corner. And it would help here. I think this was actually honestly worked better as gold, but it's a lot of gray, and like it's a shiny black with a gray, right, like a steel right next to it. They tend to sort of blend together a little bit. Like this works as steel because it's next to the pink. When you put the steel and the black right next to each other, it becomes much harder to distinguish, like these two, right? Or this not so much because it's all in light, so it's much larger. But maybe I would even add some like color to the steel. Tell them to fix your color cones. Missing out on all this green. What? I don't get that statement. Oh, he's at the eye doctor. Oh, yeah. Now I missed the other part of what's it called? The statement there in chat. Yeah. Yeah. Big things for me is just like one, the face definitely needs more like work. Okay, it's too fuzzy, right? It's lacking some definition on the face. It's not adding definition everywhere. It's adding it where it's important. Okay, and then yeah, I would work on the steel. Definitely needs some work. And if you need to shift the color in a way to make it more distinct, I would do that. Whether it's through like blue or whatnot, like adding some color variation into here is gonna make it feel like a different material than the black does. Okay, so yeah, that's a big one, because right now it's just too similar. Okay, and make the base more interesting. Stop half-assing your bases. Oh, you can't see me? Oh, that's fine, whatever. Here I am. Hi. You don't need to see me. You see the screen. Nobody needs to look at me. All right, Max. This thing was cool, by the way. I saw this in hand at World Model Expo. It's really nice. I don't honestly have too much to say about like the skin on the girls. Was like really good. What I will say here, let's just open it real fast. One of the things that stood out to me was a little bit the fabric and the like transparency effect thing. So you went a little heavy on some of the black separating them. What I would do is I would bring this together a little bit, right? So I would reduce some of the black like in the main like cylinder, right? So it's like you restore that cylinder a little bit more. Okay, it's something like, let me do it as like an add layer. Right. It's a very subtle difference, but it brings back that shape to the leg, right? So you reduce just the black in the main highlight of the leg, just a touch, just a little bit. But yeah, man, this thing was killer. Like, this was really nice. It was a little stipply in some parts, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to like remember back to it, but yeah, most of what I saw was just like sort of that, and the background was quite nice. I feel like she got like a little lost. But this thing was super good.
I don't remember what you got. I'm sorry. But yeah, the faces were quite nice. Skin tones were really interesting. Blacks were good. The background was good. This is like kind of cut, but it was this like tall, thin backdrop thing, so it was neat. Anything else? Anything else that kind of stood out to me? I feel like you did it. You pushed like the reds and stuff, which this is really good. I think you could have gone maybe just a little heavier in some very specific spots. Like, I feel like you could have warmed up just a little bit more, you know? Maybe in the faces just a touch more. Like the actual lights themselves got kind of gray. Where it's like you see this like nice strong red in the nose there. And it's definitely like around and it's good, but I feel like it could have just been like just a touch more. Like on her feet. So I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna add like a little bit of just adjust the red here just a little bit and see what you feel about it. Booty, 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 booty. So this is going to be a pretty subtle change, but it helps, right? You don't see it too much until you kind of get like here. But it gives a little more like glow to the skin, right? Anyways. Nice job. Very cool. Dicey, Murph. Time is it? Almost 4. I can do like one more. Some of these I know were submitted today. This was submitted yesterday. Z I know is resubmitted. But I'm not going to have time to get through all of the rest of these today. So, I know this was also resubmitted. With more updated photos. So, let me say this. We'll do Dicey. And then I'll give Z a quick... See, I'm going to just give you like a quick little thing. Looking pretty good. Your metallics, like your transition to the light values is too abrupt. Okay? So try and work on that. The face also looks like it could use a little more highlighting. So yeah, you're making that jump between the dark value. So you need just a little bit more mid-tone, okay? But yeah, it's looking pretty cool. So work on that and then resubmit next week when this is like this is your light placement and stuff is looking good. Okay, so work on that and resubmit next week and we'll go into it more. But yeah, I just want to see like this, like smaller lines and stuff too. Like this texture is it's just a little, it's too rough and too abrupt of a change. Okay. Dicey, let's look at yours, and you will be the last one for today, and we'll save the other ones for next week. Unicorn lady. Let me see, which is the best photo? This one, I guess? Looks pretty good. Oh, this is the best photo. All right. So, pretty cool. I like it. Not overdoing the shadows, which is nice for like a white, you know, because there's a lot of white materials on here. So I like the subtle variation between the different whites. Like this one's slightly more yellow. This one's slightly more purplish. This one's a little more pinkish, right? So there's some good like subtle variation in tones in here. Volumes are generally rendered pretty well. The fur is like not overdone. So honestly, like pretty nice. Things that I think you could do better, for sure the base. Like this is, I'm sorry, but yeah, there's the mud and flowers, like, okay. I figured she'd be going through some meadow or something, right? Like, I think that could definitely be more interesting. Then the next thing is things are getting a little pastel-y, okay? So I'm going to look back at the other pictures just to make sure I'm not crazy. I don't feel like it's quite as bad in this picture, but some of it is, yeah, it's a little much. So I feel like we could add just a touch more. See, like even this is like pastel blue. Everything's getting a little pastel and gray. So I think we could punch in some saturation in a couple spots, which are going to make this feel like a little better. So like in the flowers here, just like maybe, you know, modulate the color a little more. Try and get some like real magenta-y colors in here, right? Like boost the saturation a little bit. Like even her gems are like, there's just nothing going on. It's just like raw pink, you know? So like there should be some sort of like deeper, more saturated tone like in there. Yeah, in the flowers, even in like the yellow parts of the flowers, we can take some more like goldenrod and try and like work those in. Okay. On the face of the unicorn, you might have like a bit more bit of color like around the mouth and nose. A little color in the skin, kind of like I was talking about on the last piece, right? So you can boost some color in some of these areas to like, again, give like some draw some attention. Okay. Even the like green, like Yeah, I feel like you're just losing like some of the more saturated midtones. So like everything gets like super pastel. So like don't be afraid to like come back and like add a little color back in, you know? Like push some of these leaves. All right? Okay? So, that's my suggestion to you. Even maybe like, I don't know where, but like I like this sort of turquoisey color you kind of grabbed here. Right? Like maybe this could be interesting as like a splash color to just like make the trim of this like a more blue or something, right? I don't know. Finding some places to play around with some color a little bit. I don't mind the TMM. I think the goblet looks quite nice. But that's just a suggestion. I don't know if it's needed. Bird in the brain, thanks for the prime. Okay, guys. So, it is 4 o'clock. I'm going to have to call it here for the day. I'm sorry we didn't get through all of them. I will probably do this again next week so that I can catch up, you know? So you guys, Murph, you will be the first. Okay? It's going great. Work on the base some more. Base is boring. Figures themselves looking good. Volumes, stuff, looking good. Standard is the right category for you. This is just a few smaller texture on the bags. Bit more blacks, black lining. I'll talk about these more in detail, but I just want to give you like you guys like some quick like little things to work on. Skin is too linear, right? Again, needs some black line, like in between the armpit here, like needs some separation. And I know you know how to do it because you're doing it on like really thin lines here. So yeah, the face needs just a little more definition. The hair also needs some more texture. Piotrax. The left side and right side of the face, there's something a little weird going on. Yeah, work on your values separation a little more. Like the whites on the black mustache are made a little too much. And try and simplify the volumes a little bit, okay? Like simplify, then add detail, always. Rude. This looks good. Don't love the base. Some of that's a little chunky. This is pretty cool. Z, I gave you one. You just see this. It's nice. Yeah, he's cool. These little tiny figures are always hard to give feedback to. Little Murloc guy. I like him. That spear could be better. There's some little things like some of the magentas could have a little more lights to them and stuff, but pretty nice. Oh, geez, these are tough. These are like the hardest, these like dinosaurs and stuff are the hardest things to give feedback on because the amount of texture on these things, like not seeing them in hand, It is so difficult to see like exactly what is going on these dang things. Man, I'll tell you. Like, so noisy. All right. We'll get back to it next week. Okay. So, thanks for hanging out. Have a great week. Enjoy Fin Model Show if you're there. And, yeah. I will see you all then. Let's see if we can find someone to raid.